How are you guys doing? We're continuing with this, and you might see it's slightly different from what we had at the end of last stream. That is because I broke my unspoken rule and I did something out of stream. But still, I messed around with it quite a bit because I wanted distortion on the bug here to be as realistic as possible. So that takes a lot of messing with, and I guess I'll walk you through what I did. By the way, I don't know if I have an old version saved up here so we can see the difference. I think this one is old. Yeah, I think maybe not exactly like this, but this was like more or less where we left it last stream. So you can see I made this part transparent too, moved the bug a little bit, and as you can see I distorted it quite a bit. And this is kind of knife's edge we're walking on here, because the more distorted you make it, the more realistic you make the eyes, the harder it is to distinguish, to see what is inside it. So that is the balancing act we're playing here. And over here, I think it was not enough. Kind of looks to me like a TV screen with a bug on it. So what we did in between the two streams, you can see, well, makes the distortion a bit more realistic. Hopefully adds to the effect. And yeah, let's go layer by layer, see the differences. Oh, first a really tiny thing, but we added some foot to this guy because it was kind of hidden, and even though it was like that in the real picture, it looked a bit unrealistic. So just a quick thing I did there. I added, I think it was one of the this foot from the other guy. Oh, sorry. This foot from the other guy. Then I added a lot more reflections like this. You can see these very tiny ones are just lines drawn basically, and added distortion too. Then what else? Okay, so here was one of the main things we did is adding a little displacement map. Let me reduce my sound so I don't scream. We added a displacement filter to it, and you can see the before and after. Oh, that's not the right one. Messes it up. It's the right one. No, why is it doing that? Oh, this is weird. Yeah, the displacement map got messed up, so I guess I can't really show it. I gotta go back. Okay. In any case, you'll have to trust me. This is how it looked like. Or we can copy it. Okay. A lot of these filters are very expensive, or are very take a lot of processing power, so that's why turning them off and on is kind of slow. But still, now you can see what I did. Took the crisper image we had as a base and added this kind of distortion. And this is a very useful technique. I don't see used too much. It's super useful generally to make reflections look realistic. Say you got, let's make a little sketch or something. Yeah, let's say you got a lake here, and you're putting a guy on the lake. All right, so you gotta make a reflection, and you can just copy it, and if the lake is still enough, it'll usually be fine. But usually water has ripples, and you'll have to do some kind of ripple effect, so it makes sense. And displacement maps are a very useful thing for that. So here are the displacement maps I used. Might look weird. These ones are just some I downloaded off the internet that look like ice, but you can make your own too. What this does, so I put this, I save it as a PSD, alright, and then you just take a layer. So let's just save this. Well, I guess it's a PSB, so it won't really work. Okay, hang on. I'll save this real quick. It's PSD without layers or something. There it goes. So we have this version of it saved as a PSD, and this version has a displacement map we want to apply. So let's say we want to take, well, the guy we painted, and make him look like it's encased in ice, for example. So we put him right here, go to filter, distort, and displace. Here it is. Then you can set here the scale. I just set it at 15 for this, but you can mess with it, see what looks best. And you take that PSD. And it will apply, as you can see here, those ripples. So kind of move the layer, or move the pixels up, down, left or right, depending on where those, how bright or dark those ripples are. It's a really good way to make realistic looking ripples. Obviously this alone won't fix everything, but this combined with some other effects can really help. So this is what we did. We took this little grub here, we applied a bunch of distortion. I tried to make the distortion be especially strong around the edges, and leave this part here, the central part, the part that's closest to us, closest to the edge of the eyes. Try to make that look crisper and less distorted. That was quite a challenge, but I think it came out quite alright. Then these little lines I painted here are basically just straight lines that I applied the same distortion map on top. So not a especially complicated thing there. Where else did I apply the distortion masks? Or distortion filters, I guess. What else did we do? Oh yeah, I added some bubbles. And why is this not showing? Ah, there we go. Added some more bubble textures to just make the eyes a little bit less crisp, a little bit more natural, I guess. Here's some more bubbles. And as you can see, I put them all over the eyes, but I kind of masked again the part that is closer to us. I masked that out so you can still see and distinguish a little grub. But yeah, I still don't know. It's a balancing act, and what my fear is that it'll fall to either the sides, so it'll either not be realistic and not really look like it's behind eyes, or be a bit too much and you're not able to distinguish what's in there anymore. So that's kind of the balancing act I'm playing. Sorry for the barking dog. If you've been here before, you know him. Just barks randomly. So yeah, that's what we've been doing here. And let me know if you have any opinions about it. Okay, and then these are just some adjustments I added on top. I don't know how dark to make it. It's just to be a few different styles I tried for it. With a camera raw filter, I added some more noise. Oh yeah, vignette. So we get a little bit of darkness here on the edges. Well, we can just remove that. Yeah, you can see what I did with the camera raw filter. Mess with the contrast a little bit. You know, that kind of stuff. I think that's all the major things I did. Even know if anything is confusing still. Maybe we move some of that darkness from the edge that's looking at us. Let's see. Okay, that's very good. Also, I'm still working on the story. Trying to think of a good resolution to it. I do have some good like basis for it. And hang on, let's get to our browser. Here it is, already open. So the diaries of basically all these guys, pretty much all the people that participated in this Antarctic expedition, their diaries are up online, and some of them are in better and worse condition. Some of them have little drawings. Some of them have terrible handwriting, and I kind of liked these couple pages because they look like very weathered and kind of scribbly. I think that's very nice. Oh, let's see if it loads. There we go. Kind of like these two pages. Some stuff backwards there. But this one is very good too. So this is a scrapbook from Archibald MacLean, I guess. And it's basically a bunch of pictures, a bunch of the pictures we already... Oh, I didn't see this one. Cute. A bunch of the pictures we've already seen. Oh, I've already looked at while researching. I like the presentation style because there's newspaper clippings, there's pictures, there's little maps. I really like that style. Also like some handwritten stuff. I'm guessing this was all made after the fact because there's obviously some printed stuff. It kind of looks like a melting pot there. There's some obviously printed, like professionally done pages, and that look like they're in better condition. But then you get here, it's like newspaper clippings and pictures just pasted on the pages like that. I don't know. It's a bunch of different stuff. So I think this will be a good base. Or a mix somewhere in between these two. I didn't see this picture, I think. It to be like some doggies. The right one. Doesn't let me click on it. Where is it? Let's see. That's a pretty nice picture. I was looking at the reflections here. That's pretty nice. By the way, the story of this expedition is really cool. I'd highly recommend you go and just look in Wikipedia, because the Wikipedia page is super extensive and well written. The Australasian Antarctic Expedition. There we go. This one. It is a very cool story, and it's gonna be the base of the story we write. So we're kind of gonna write it in that context and change the context of some things so it fits our little narrative. So we're gonna be using those real characters. We're gonna be using real events. Chiefly the story of a guy that during the second year of the expedition, they were stuck for a small group of people was stuck for a whole year in Antarctica because they couldn't make it to the end of the first season. So during that second year, one of the telecommunications operator goes completely bonkers and has it looks like a psychotic breakdown. Starts sending communications to like the home base, saying that the others are trying to kill him, a bunch of just insane stuff. So I think we're gonna use that context for our story, and in a very typical Lovecraftian fashion, it would be cool to tribute the madness to this thing. That would also be more interesting story, a more interesting ending than what I've done so far, or at least different from what I've done so far. That is very like, oh, and they just died. I like the madness aspect of it. So that's the second picture. Let me group all that up. There we go. And this is going to be picture number 1. We're at 3 gigabytes right now. It feels like Photoshop is slugging a little bit. There's probably way too many pictures. Oh, and here's our to-do list, which, yeah, it doesn't have anything I don't remember. It's always good to have. Okay, what else? Oh yeah. So this is the first picture of the series. The first one people are gonna see is this one. Just the two guys a bit further away looking at the same thing. But it's gonna be way more hidden in the snow, way more like kind of snow covered. So the assumption is that between the first and the second picture, they kind of uncovered the snow to see what was behind it, and then between the second and the third, which is this one, still work in progress, they're gonna like cut it into a little block, put it on their set, and go back to the base with it. Okay, so first picture then. What I want to do is hide the larva from the first one. Yeah, leave it like that. Okay, so I've just hidden the larva, and I'm gonna get the larva from the second picture and basically apply it on top. So we are going to get here. This is ice with lava. There we go. I'm gonna reduce that opacity and we're gonna try to make it fit with the other one. And then apply the same layer mask so it's covered in the same way. And why am I doing this again? It's because the older version, this version we have here, is basically the same one we had at the end of the last stream. So you don't have all the distortion and stuff, and you know, it kind of looks different. So I just want to update that. So we'll try to keep it the same size as much as possible. Might use the arrow keys to get as precise as possible in there, the placement. I think that should be alright. And this will take a while because this whole ice with larva is a ton of layers inside, so we're gonna merge it into one single layer so we can use it more comfortably. And as you can see, it's pretty much the same. Maybe a little bit to the right like that. Yeah, that's pretty good. Alright, so we're gonna hide the one in the back. And there we go. We just applied the same layer mask. We can remove this. Actually, let's redo that layer mask, since we're working with something a little bit different this time. And we want to make it snow covered. I think the first thing is kind of taking this snow and pulling it a little bit higher, you know? I'm at 56% flow for some reason. There we go. So this, by the way, it's 100% reversible. We don't like the results, we can always go back because this is all in a mask. So we're not losing any information. That just gives us more freedom to fail, I guess. Because this shit is basically trial and error. Okay, I think that already does quite a bit. We're kind of covering it from below. And then we're gonna take a soft brush and we are gonna, oh, wrong layer, there we go. Just gonna blend it into the background a bit more. I'm gonna try to follow the lines that already exist in the ice. To maybe cover those a little bit with snow. That makes sense. And this, by the way, this all happens in the summer, in the Antarctic summer. It's not as blizzardy as you might imagine. Actually, the sky is perfectly clear in this image. So I don't want to like cover it a ton with snow. It's obviously some snowfall in summer in the Antarctic, but still. With guess though, there's probably a bit of snow cover from just the time it's been exposed like this. My headcanon for this is there's this was under the ice, like underground for a long time, and recently, due to some movement in the ice, the big ice plates, it just jotted out in a very visible position. That's why if we imagine this like popped out not long ago from the ground, if we assume that there would be some snow cover from after the fact, maybe not as much. Alright, I like this better than how it was before. Let's see, compared to number 2. Let me get the whole thing. There it is. So you can see it's way brighter, it's kind of in the background. Painted some fog over it too. It's way more covered in snow. It's like some snow piles kind of obscuring the view. So I kind of want this first picture to be your first impression and to spike curiosity a little bit. I don't want this picture to be the one where you see everything very clearly. As I've done in the older ones, I first do a picture that's from further away, or in the case of the first one, it's like half dug up still, you don't see the whole thing. So in this case, kind of the same thing. We have like one picture just to pick your curiosity and get you interested in, oh, what might that be? So then you check the second picture, and it is way clearer, I hope. And then you continue the story. You're already hooked, I guess. Hopefully. And we'll kind of mix that up, like maybe one picture, one diary, paragraph, one picture, one diary, paragraph. We kind of mix it up with the written part of the story, so it doesn't feel like a block of text, and it's still the pictures that are driving the story, but you do get like the whole thing if you just scroll through. Anyway, I'm pretty happy with this too so far. I'll probably come back to it, I know myself. I'll probably be messing with it in stream and out of stream. That's okay. But then we got this, which is gonna be our third picture. And you might also see it's a little bit different from what we had last stream. I'm afraid I'm not gonna be able to show you how it looked like, because I don't think I have the older version saved. But yeah, it wasn't like that different. I didn't change this one so much. You can see, if you're really perceptive, you might see that this head is new. That before it had this still grub head, but it's it was different from this one. So I got this one, I slightly modified it, changed the lighting on it, and put it here. So now they share the same type of head. So hopefully it looks like they're the same thing. So I also added the tail. I don't know if I did that in stream or out of it. And I added a little bit of distortion, which might be hidden right now. Yes. So this is displacement map I added. And I don't really like it, because it displaces a little, but it doesn't really do the job. Doesn't really do that cool distortion. So that filter mask. Let's delete the displacement filter. Let's make a displacement map from scratch. That way you'll see what I did on the other one. The displacement map I used for the one you just saw is this one. So I I wanted to displace it in the shape of the blocks. But still, the blocks are very noisy, so yeah, it wasn't ideal. So we're gonna make it another way. We're gonna use the same ice textures we used here. And let me see if I can get the full one. It'll be on my downloads, hopefully. Or might not be. I don't know where I got it. I'll just find it again. You can make your own displacement maps. There's some good tutorials out there. The ones for water ripples are fairly easy to make. You just need to make some noise, move the channels around. Well, it's a little process, but it's not a hard thing. There's pretty good tutorials out there. But I want something that looks like ice. And I think the best for that, let's just go out and find it. So we'll look for displacement map ice. And usually displacement maps are, this is one I used actually. Usually displacement maps are used for 3D stuff, but they're very useful in Photoshop too. You want to do that specific kind of effect. Yeah, I think let's just use this one again. We'll copy it. It's a very 400 by 400 pixels image. Copy and paste here. There we go. We'll have to stretch it, but it's okay. So, here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna apply it on top of this. There we go. We're gonna get a different one for every side of this block. And that's how hopefully we'll make it look real as possible. I don't care that much that it's... I care mostly about the orientation. It's not like, it's not going to be visible, it's just going to be... a a distortion map, I guess. It's just showing... It's going to show Photoshop where it should move the pixels around. So obviously it doesn't need to be perfect. Okay, we'll try to... Okay. So let's see how this displacement map works. We're gonna save this as a PSD. All right. For displacement maps, you always need a PSD. It doesn't work with a JPEG or anything like that. The source you need to use has to be a PSD. For some reason, I don't know. So we are going to... It's in the group 1 here. I think this is our main bug. Yeah. So let's try it on. Let's do distort, displace. We'll do 10 by 10. Let's see how that works. And we'll take sled.psd. There it goes. As you can see, it applied those ripples, and it applied it in the, as we warped them to to have the same orientation as the surfaces. You can see it did that. I think that's pretty good. But I do wanna... Okay. Add filter mask. I'm gonna do a mask to choose where we want to see these filters. And these filters are what do this, mostly distortion. And we're gonna deactivate those around the parts that are closer to us. So this tip of the face, and this is a soft brush. So as I apply more pressure, it is doing this in a stronger way. So a little bit here. I'm trying to leave the edges with a distortion. Maybe not everywhere, but in most places. This part, yeah, that part is good. All right. So that was a distortion map. I hope that was useful to some of you. Then what else did we add to this? So we added this strange layer, which is literally this. To make the light a bit different in each part of the ice block. So this part is going to be well lit because the light is coming from here. On top here, it's also going to be pretty well lit, and this part is kind of going to be in shadow. So that's what I did there. Maybe I should do that in overlay. Yeah, that way we distinguish everything a little bit better. What else is on the table today? Oh, you know what? I want to take this, since it's in the back part, and darken it a little. So this is the ice block. You can see it's behind the bug. And we already have a lot of things like that added. We're just gonna make a new one. So take our brush. And paint with black there. Get that whole edge. And then with a harder brush. That's hard. There we go. Just adding some inside edges to the ice block there. What else? Oh, there's something that might be good. So on the very edge, between the faces of this cube. Oh, maybe I'll do that over the whole thing. So over the bug too. And go. Let's just do a highlight on those edges. That obviously goes over the bug too. Since this is like the first plane, the first. So it obviously wouldn't get distorted by the image of the bug. A little bit here. And there's always a point in which photo manipulation becomes drawing. And this is it. This is the point where you can see I'm not very good as a traditional artist. Let's reduce that opacity, might be a bit too much. Yeah, that's good. What else should we add? Oh, should we do something similar to what we did on this one? It's not very visible once you do a lot of noise. But the lines I painted, hang on. Let me do those here, see how that looks. So we're just gonna take a very small brush. Gonna paint some lines like that. And it's not gonna look good now. Hopefully it'll look good once we add some of that distortion. So I'm trying to represent here the directions in which it was cut. It would be like highlights in there. Because obviously you can't really get a perfect cut, especially with the tools they might have. Always going to be some distortion. Okay, so we're going to take this and do what we did a second ago. We're going to do that same displacement map, and as you can see, it just gives it that nice little texture. I think works quite well. Alright, how's this ice block looking? You're happy with it so far? I was wondering if I should do that to the edge highlight too. I guess that wouldn't really make a lot of sense, because the edge is always going to be sharper. So let's leave it at that. Okay, so that's for that. So now we need to make this block we just created make sense in its own world, its own environment. First thing, I guess we should do some shadows. If the light is coming from here, like this, should be doing, there we go, be painting those shadows on the bottom. We give those shadows a distortion. See how that looks? Let's see. Yeah. That's dope, actually. Okay. So let's leave them pretty dark, since we still want to see the edge. If I make them like 50% gray, like this, kind of blends with the bug, makes it less visible. So let's keep them high to be able to still see the silhouette, and actually maybe even see it a little bit better. Guess I should have done the whole warping there when I was ready. Yeah, we can just do it again. Yeah, it's pretty good. Really liking that displacement map we did. We could also even try it on this, for example. This layer here is basically... this should be in /PSD. Oh, good. Yeah, that layer there is basically bubbles are on the inside. A little bit more distortion. Let's see how it looks before and after. Kind of messes them up. Maybe I'll reduce those a little. Stream quality, by the way. Just appeared to have gone down on my end. Hang on. Did it die? No, I think it's okay. That might just be something on my end. Let me know if the chat is broken or the stream is broken. I guess if it's broken, you wouldn't really be seeing this. So we'll just trust that it's working. And if it isn't, hello VOD viewers. I'll reduce the dad shadow a tiny bit. Yeah, maybe just 5% or something. Or even just take an eraser and give it a little tug there. It's this upper part that bothers me. There we go. Okay, so this whole thing, the eyes and the larva, what is this? Oh, that's just the old version. Let me remove it, save some space. Let's save this bad boy. Okay, this whole group 1 is our whole thing. Now let me reduce those bubbles there a little bit so we can see it a bit more clearly. What else? Okay. Now this whole group, we gotta fit it on there, and that's kind of a hard thing. Size-wise, I kind of did the whole calculation. I think it should be alright. And perspective-wise, the ice block fits on the sled, even if just barely. So maybe like towards the back here. It would still have no place to put their stuff, which might be a bit weird. Hang on. Could just to be able to play around with it a little bit more. I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna merge it into one layer. And that's something we can work with way better. That's gonna lag way less too. And by the way, I had another sort of viral tweet today. Made this is something I made out of stream, so it's probably your first time seeing it. I made this. Hang on, let me just get the full resolution thingy. Made the siren head fan art, I guess. Made this over the last few days on kind of little bits. Yeah, it was fun. It was actually pretty fun to make something like this. You know, I had to use actual mummies to make it. It was weird. I think it came out quite alright, and it got retweeted by the creator of Siren Head, and the rest is history. I'm really happy with how it came out. It's also a good excuse to practice this style I'm doing right now a little bit more. always good to do like little like secondary things like that. So I might do more like it. Who knows? If I find good creatures to make, I guess. Sort of similar to this Siren Head. It's gotten 371 retweets so far, which is incredibly good. Yeah, I'm happy. Let's go back to this. Okay, so I'd like to add some sort of strap, something that holds it on here, because it's kind of weird if it isn't. Yeah, I could have also done this vertically, which might still be a thing if we change the whole lighting, which is kind of boring. And actually, what might not even work with this picture. Doing a little dance. Yeah, let's leave it at that. Okay. So I guess we can just to see that they're still like carrying their stuff. We could, in our mask, still leave this in. And they're like they're trying to carry it with their bags. Maybe we can even put some bags on top. That could be fun. Like they're really struggling to carry this huge ice monster in there. And we can assume they probably left some stuff behind, because just to be able to carry this. Because I mean, I would leave some stuff behind if I found something that cool. Like shit, that's probably the scientific discovery of the goddamn century. Gotta get in on that. Let's get those straps. There we go. Still doesn't leave a lot of space for their for their bags. Kinda sucks for them that it's for science, baby. Okay. Then I think we can do this on top. And maybe even increase it a little bit so it's more visible. This little line here is like 2 pixels. Here 4 pixels. Yeah, maybe that's good. Okay. So it kind of goes like, oh, that is very strong. No, obviously less than 5 pixels. To 3. Then we'll do some blurring. It's not that obvious. Then we'll follow it like this up to Hey Shreddy, how you doing? I had a pretty eventful day. Got another tweet blow up thanks to a retweet from my boy Trevor Henderson, creator of Siren Head. Because I made a Siren Head. which is here. I made this like over the past few days in my spare time. And yeah, got a big fat retweet. Thank you. I like the design of Siren Head. I was kind of thinking what could be a good way to translate that to that old-timey pictures I'm using lately. And I thought could be a nice thing to do an air raid siren. You know how the sound like. They break your ears. So I thought it would be pretty nice to do something like that. I think it's 2 pixels for this. Still don't get it right. I mean, I could just take this. Hang on. It's gonna take... Oh, I got it right this time. Okay. So I'm trying to make it kind of bend around the ice here. Like that. We got this little baggie. And we're gonna mask out. Yeah, for people who are coming in, this is the 3rd picture in this little series of edits. First one is this. First one is them finding the bug in the ice, kind of snow covered, a bit harder to see. Second one, you see they already cleared the snow. They're getting ready to cut it. They're posing for a picture with it. 3rd picture, they've already carved the ice, or put it on their sled, and are ready to bring it back to the base. And I'm not sure what I'll do for the 4th one. I'm not sure if I'll do a 4th one, actually. Oh, you can see I need to really reduce the quality on here. It's too sharp compared to the rest. That's what you get when you work with old pictures that are very grainy. Here the scan is also not super high quality. So you gotta adapt to them, even if it costs some cool detail like all this distortion we did. It is like it is. On that note, let me make this into a smart object. I'll go back. Let me save that layer mask. Make that into a smart object. And then we can mess with this smart object and try to make it lose all that quality. And match the rest. First thing we're gonna do is a Gaussian blur. Just reduce some of that detail. I want to go overboard, just like the minimum possible to match the level of detail outside. Second thing we're going to do is Ctrl-Shift-A to do a camera filter. I'm going to get close here. And we're going to add a lot of grain. We're going to add... And this is a very good technique to make your pictures look older. It's specifically in the camera raw filter grain, not the add grain filter or add noise filter, which will just add this kind of noise, you know, like very fine 1 pixel noise. And here you can do bigger size, and the bigger the size of the noise, just take a look at the detail of the whole piece. As we increase the size, look at how we lose all that detail. So that's a really good way to make your pictures look older and try to match the level of noisy like non-sharpness they have. I'm kind of eyeing it because I don't see the rest of it, so let's just apply it, see how that looks. Compared to the object next to it, I think it needs to be even bigger, that grain. Let's go back on it. Increase the size. Disable this before it turns on. Already turned on, actually. So yeah, it's kind of sad because we lost a lot of detail in doing this. Just take a look at before and after. But it's some sacrifice that has to be made. I think the size of the noise is better now. Alright. Not that much detail. Yeah, but it's the coolest part, which is the little reflections that make the surface of the eyes. And I'm not gonna cry over it, because you're gonna be seeing it at this size. It's not like it would be noticeable anyway. But we made this whole thing just to make those little reflections, so... Displacement maps are very fun. I should make them more. Okay, yeah, the level of detail now is much closer. We'll probably still do like a noise pass on top of everything. And we'll do this with a technique I recently learned from Larry Hakela. Taught me this, so I made a little action out of it. This is basically, just to break it down. This is a noise. This is just a gray, 50% gray picture. Then you add some noise. This is just normal noise. Hey Kukov. Larry the Shaver still in the north. I like that. So this is a kind of the manual way of doing the same kind of grain I just did with the camera raw filter. So it is a 50% gray layer on soft light. It's not going to do anything. You add some noise. This is just small noise, and you do a Gaussian blur on that noise, so it kind of bunches up on bigger little grain. And then do a sharpen on that, which makes it more apparent. And if you mess with this three... So now this is a basic one I made, but you can see that maybe the noise should be a bit bigger to match the rest. It does add a little bit more interesting texture. It sharpens the details, which is good. But maybe want to increase the size of the noise. So maybe I increase the noise here. Increase the Gaussian blur to make them, those individual bits of noise bigger. And you can see here, now it might be too big. How much research are you doing in COVID? What is not your area of research? Well, I'm basically updating my knowledge every so often, because since I'm studying for a national exam that's going to happen next year to basically get into hospitals, competing against all the med students of the whole country, and it is assumed that there's going to be a lot of questions about COVID, so yeah, we gotta stay updated. So every so often, and the academy I'm studying with, they give us updates every so often, so I read those. So this noise might be a bit too big. Can reduce the radius here. That looks okay. This is like sort of. What I'm looking for. just makes it noisy without decreasing the detail, which is the kind of the point I want. So at least the noise is consistent everywhere. And you can see this thing just made everything way more consistent. This edges, yeah, that happens a lot when you do the kind of de-sharpening I did, because the edges are not affected by that whole noise thing. So usually, that's a good point, usually I just get a low hardness brush and go over them, it's even less hardness, to make them a little bit less sharp. Hey Sirit, real noise does not affect the highlights and shadows equally. Oh, what do you mean by that? We're cutting out some more ice from this ice block. But it'll be fine. I don't think this thing will escape. Way too frozen, right? Just got off a bit too much. I'm going to random. Yeah, I have no idea where grain actually comes from. Grain is something that's already on the film, or is it something which is a product of little variations as you film it? The noise is less on the highlights. Is it? Then would it look more realistic if we did a blend diff on this noise we just added, and did if the underlying layer there, something like this? Well, it wouldn't really matter that much because the picture we're using already has a lot of noise, so it doesn't really affect that much. To be honest, it's already pretty noisy. And this is the base picture, pretty much didn't touch it. It's the emulsion. Yeah, in this case it's kind of hard. But I might do with the noise on here. What if we do a little reduced noise on this first picture, and we apply that on the. Well, this is not really a highlight, on the highlights here. Because we did add some noise on top. We could do this. Camera filter. Well, this is the blending option for the filter, that's not what I wanted. Try this. It's possible that we might not really do a lot to the noise, since it's just very noisy to start with. This shadow? No, it was already there. Let me show you I'll show you in a second the original pictures. Okay, hopefully this reduces the noise on the highlights. It also made them a bit brighter. So let's reduce that vignette. Hey, Burger, how you doing? Me ha crecido el pelo. Sí, está muy largo. I haven't gone to the barber obviously in a couple months, so my hair is extra long. I should have already gone before quarantine. But yeah, I was lazy and then quarantine happened, so now my hair is extra long. Oh, let me show it to the people who just came in. This thing I made out of stream. Let me actually open the BSD. This is my first fan art, I guess, for Siren Head. And oh, it's a bit big, BSB, so it'll take a second to open. There it is. It was fun. It was not like something I put a ton of effort. It was more like a practice thing to practice this old picture style I'm doing right now. It was fun. I used actual mummy parts for a lot of this. On Twitter. Yeah, I got retweeted by the Siren Head maker, so it's kind of blowing up now. Thank you, guys. Let me close it because it'll be a lot of strain on my Photoshop to have so many things open. Mom's boyfriend is a hairdresser, so you cut your hair. Oh, why didn't you shave your hair? You should have. It's really drawn to the black point of its hand. Let's see that. Oh, you're right. Didn't notice that. It's too dark, yeah. I added those. I remember I added because originally both arms were behind the bush here. And then I added this and I changed it so this arm was over it. And the shadows on the arm. I did them last. That's probably why I didn't catch it. Yeah, good point. So this is not part of these series. They don't share a universe. So don't get it twisted. The Scary Bug universe. It's something. Talking about Scary Bug. It's blending too much for me. We're gonna need to add a little highlights. Let's get a right one from here. Oh, that is not the right. There we go. Just redrawing that edge so it doesn't blend that much into to the background. We can also do, while we're at it, and this, kids, is the point where Photoshop photo manipulation becomes drawing. Not a huge thing though. Just so we're able to see its silhouette a bit better. Okay, oh, we were doing this. This little line here. Which the original was like this. It is way too dim. So, we're doing this, we're doing a little blur. Let's see if it looks better. Like this. Reducing the opacity slightly, but still that way it's a bit more visible. What else? Oh, this bag here. I'm gonna do an overlay. Yeah, paint. Oh, maybe not overlay, maybe normal. Get a bit of a darker. Since the bag is, I guess, now sitting on the ice, it's gonna make a shadow in the same direction. And since it's ice, let's distort the shadow. So, if you haven't seen this, I really like using this distortion maps. Saving this as PSD. This is something we made before. Seguiré, sí, estaré un buen rato. Así que vuelve cuando termine si quieres. So yeah, this distortion map, I'm gonna add it. Displacement map, sorry. Gonna add it on here. That's a sled. Where's the sled? There we go. Oh, not really, right? Maybe I need to blur it a bit. So we get that distortion, but still not that strongly. That looks like a normal map. Yeah, it's very similar. Did I generate it myself? No, I found one on the internet for ice. Because I wouldn't really know how to make one for ice. I can make one for water ripples and stuff because it's very easy. You just make noise and spread it and move the channels around. This one just got one that looked like ice from the internet and kind of applied it on the block of ice to get a... And I did it mostly for the bug itself. Just get those edges, that distortion. And we lost a lot of that distortion by doing by blurring it, but you can see here, all this as the displacement map. So yeah, it acts a little bit like a normal map. It's basically, you haven't seen this before, I guess how bright or dark this is will change if it moves a pixel up or down. So if you apply that map on a layer, it'll move the pixels in a way that it'll distort it in this shape, let's say, in a simple way. Hey Mihadis, how are you doing? I'm going to re-ice the bug. Yeah. Thank God they're in Antarctica and this doesn't really melt. Because if it did, I don't know, they might be in trouble. Also, how are they gonna kill this thing? Or gonna... Whoa. How are they gonna kill this? They need to destroy it at some point. If they didn't destroy it, this would be in a museum. And we don't want that at the end of our story. You can see here the gist of what I thought about the story. And this is a real thing that happened during this expedition. During the second year of the expedition, which happened by accident because a group got lost at the end of the first year. And the boat had to leave because winter was arriving and the boat had to leave because if it didn't, it would just get encased in the ice. So a group was left behind. So a whole group of like 5-6 people were left for a whole year in Antarctica, just surviving for themselves until more people could come get them. So they did a bunch more research. But during this year, one of the people that was left had a complete mental breakdown, had a psychotic breakdown, and it was the telecommunications, the person in charge of telecommunications, and he started actually sending messages back to home base, back to Australia, saying that the others in the group wanted to kill him, like a bunch of stuff like that. He had obviously to get relieved of his duties. But I want to use that part of the story since it's a real part too, and I think it's better if we base it on real facts, I want to use that part of the story as our base and make it so the guy goes into full breakdown because of this thing. And add some more little details, like maybe once they get back to the base, the dogs start acting strange, stuff like that. They all hated him. Poor dude. Okay, we're gonna do a little shadow. So I just did a selection here. We're gonna fill it up with something about shadow color. As you can see, the noise is on top of everything, so it looks noisy just because there's noise here on the very top. Actually, maybe you can do this in overlay. Just darken it until... Thanks, Sebastian, for the follow. The only one that could expose them as a conspiracy by the Australian government. No, I don't really like it in overlay like that. We can just do good old multiply. Just reduce the opacity until this matches this, more or less. Okay, now we can play around with it. Oh, yeah. This is a series of several pictures. This is the first one where they find the bug. Second one, they already kind of cleared the eyes so you can see it a bit better. They're getting ready to extract it. Third one, they already have it in a little block. They're putting it on their sled. And just so you can see the original. Hang on, I should have the originals pulled up for reference. Let me just pull them up on everything. Where is the one we used? There it is. This is the original for this. You can see we've the poor guys had to clear out a lot of their personal possessions to put this guy on top. You know, that's how it has to be. And this one's the originals are this and there it is. And this. So you can see that here the rock or the ice is sitting in it. It's not the same as the one in the first picture. So I had to change that. I also zoomed into this one a little bit so we can see the bug better. Darkened the whole thing a little bit, especially the sky, because I wanted the eyes to be a little bit more visible. Here it's kind of blends in with the sky, kind of hard to see. So I darkened the sky, which might not be the most realistic thing, but it's clarity over realism there. And here, compared to the first picture, yeah, that's pretty straightforward. I basically just added the same bug that I had done for the second picture, which is the first one we did, since it's more of a close-up. I covered it a little bit more in snow, added some like dust floating and stuff, and darkened the sky too, so we could see the ice better. Check Bastion Wood. No. It's black and white photographer. Looks cool. I'm gonna check out more of his stuff later. That's very nice. I'm using actual pictures from an actual, like, I didn't take these pictures. I didn't shoot any of this. This is from the Australasian hang on. Australasian Antarctic expedition from 1911-1914, and with just some photographers coming with them, so it's really well documented. There's a lot of pictures. So yeah, I thought it would be a nice thing to do one of my edits on, since lately I've been doing a lot of scary stuff like this one and this one, and I try to make little stories to go with them. So it's nice. I really like the Antarctic expeditions. It feels like the last hurrah of the age of exploration. It was like a place nobody had mapped, nobody had gone there before. Thank you, Sebastian. That's very nice. Actually, this is not the same expedition, but the British expedition that tried to go to the South Pole, well, I did go to the South Pole, is a really good and tragic story. They all died. They didn't make it back. They did make it to the South Pole, but they didn't come back. Okay, so for this shadow here, it needs to have the shape of the eyes. Obviously this here, this art doesn't make sense, so we're just gonna yeet. And for this, oh, this is just gonna be like the shadow of the base. In a single layer. And then from that, since the shadow of the base is more or less going to be constant, that will make the rest of the shadow. So, we need it to make sense. So, lighting is pretty horizontal. You can see the shadows are very long. And the shadow of the, what do you call this, a sail, I guess, goes down here, super far actually. No, actually this is probably not the sail, there's probably a banner or something on top. I'm trying to create the shadows with Photoshop 3D. 3D, I never used that. Seems kind of slow and buggy to me. Is it useful for making shadows? Yeah, Blender is probably better for that, but I never really tried a lot of... I used it for like very specific stuff, like I wanted to make a TV logo. I tried making it in 3D. When was that? That was in the last year, I guess. That's when I was making the Thor edit. This one. So I didn't end up doing the 3D thing, but I did this logo, this TV logo with this Nordic symbol, and yeah, I did try to make it in 3D with Photoshop 3D. It just looked better that way in the end. It looked more modern than those 3D spinning logos. Okay, so since we're not doing it in Blender, I'm trying to make it manually. Let me hide this, because I don't think we'd actually see any of the any of the shadow below the block. Maybe here on this part. Right? Maybe it would. I think it would start like around here. Yeah, for like small things, I can see its usefulness, I guess. So, I think it should start like over here, or even further. We'll puppet warp. And make it go down with the rest. Puppet warp is not being helpful today. Kind of resisting my orders. Better if I just put a few pins to start with. So that lower edge is fixed. Fixed as in it won't move. Then let's start by doing this corner. And if this is a sail, kind of just this. This goes to the lower part of the sail. So it would be something like this, probably. Fix this edge up. You know what? Let's not fix that edge up. I'll do it manually. I don't mind messing up this layer a little bit. Okay. So there is one thing that makes this whole thing even harder. Is that ice is not really entirely solid as in transparency, so the shadow would kind of clip with the other shadows. Would get like a softer shadow from the ice plus a harder one from whatever's behind it, so the rest of the sled. That's what I'm trying to make sense of. We can just draw more manually. So I guess this shadow I've just drawn, like the whole ice shadow, and then we can do it in a separate layer, a core shadow, which is the bug, which is entirely solid. So like a round thing, let's do it and multiply it again. A round thing that kind of covers a big part of that outer shadow. And this one doesn't mix with the other shadows, so it has to be solid. Like, I may even do it in normal. Try to match this color. Just darkening it a little bit. There we go. Now we just gotta remove it from wherever it's clipping. Let's do it with layer mask, so we can always go back. Oh, good news. Probably very soon you guys will be able to see the article I did for the Adobe website. since I just got sent the preliminary, the draft for it, asking if everything's all right. I'll give my thumbs up to it. Hey, welcome back. So yeah, very soon, I'll let you know in the next stream after it happens. You guys will be able to see an article I helped write on the Adobe website, which is super nice. And it's funny because they interviewed a few people for it. Like, it's me and 2 other folks I don't know about. And they kind of pull quotes from either of us at different points of the article. And I'm probably quoted 3 times as much as as the other 2 guys. So that felt good. I was like, oh yeah. They liked my my quotes better. And yeah, since it's still a draft, I really can't show you yet, but once it's public, I'll show you. Okay, here's our shadow, or fake pretend shadow. So we have like this outer ice shadow and an inner bug shadow. So gotta refine a little bit. Our favorite sun. What sucks is they didn't use any of my pictures for the article, at least for the draft version, because all the pictures they had had an Adobe stock label on them. So I guess they'll only use pictures that are on Adobe stock. Since they're trying to sell their own products, that makes sense. And I don't upload my stuff to Adobe stock, so understandable. How big is the file if those images you got from Wiki? I didn't get the images from Wikipedia itself. I got them from, let me show you. Some of these images are on Wikipedia, but if you want to see the full thing, they're all on here. There we go. On the New South Wales State Library, which I don't even remember how I got here. But there's so much stuff, and I had to go through 2,000 and more than 2,000 pictures. I scrolled through the whole thing to find so you can search Antarctic, and yeah, it's a really cool website I got for this library. And oh, it's a new version. There we go. Okay, there it is. It does have some, it's like a beta version still, so it has some problems, like sometimes the previews don't really work. So it was kind of annoying to scroll through all those pictures. You can get the online versions. God bless quarantine for the time. Yeah, definitely. Do you remember the species of caterpillar you used? Oh boy. It's probably on the file name. Hang on. The downloads. There it is. This is the base picture. One of the base pictures I use. I changed some stuff, so you can see that oh, sorry, I'm on the browser view. Here it is, sorry. You can see I changed some stuff, like I added two little tail puffs from another larva. This is Stiga spruce weevil. It's a weevil, which is that kind of thing with a nose. It's that little bug with a nose. I don't remember the name in Spanish because it has a really weird name. Weevil. Yeah, hang on. Let's see how that looks. Spruce weevil. Oh, there it is. Oh, something similar to this, probably not this species, but they're very funny looking. I don't think we have those in Spain though, don't we? Yeah, it's like a strange thing. Gorojo. I've never heard that. So yeah, this library is really cool. You can see here, like see for example this collection Antarctic Views, taken by Frank Hurley. Frank Hurley, I think it is. Some really cool pictures. I especially love this one in the blizzard. Really cool. This guy, Frank Hurley. I talked about it in last stream, but for those that weren't there, I did a whole Twitter thread on him. He's a really cool figure. So, he is a photographer that took pretty much all the pictures from the Antarctic expedition, and also was a photographer for the Australian troops in World War I and II. And he is kind of a pioneer on composites, on photo manipulation. So this here is actually a combination of... Oh, maybe we can see the process. Hang on. Oh, we can see them here. So sometimes he just added explosions and stuff like that, but he has a really cool mural here. Some different prints of it, in which he can combine like two pictures of different raids and some explosions, some planes, basically by combining negatives, like old school style. Have you considered using Precisionaria? Oh, that's a good idea. Precisionaria. I remember those. I used to have them in school. Don't know the name in English, but it's this kind of called caterpillar that a bunch of them get together and follow a line, and they all walk in line like that. And I remember in school, we used to... they kind of this thing when you touch them, so you gotta touch them carefully. But we used to guide the first of the caterpillars, so it was following the last one, and they ended up forming a circle and just following each other. They're kind of pests here in our region. Anyway, let's go back to our Photoshop here. Okay, so we were doing the shadow. I think the shadow's pretty alright. Oh, I guess I gotta move it back since it's clipping with the shadow. The shadow of the sail here. Let's just take both of them, move them. Move them like this. And fix them up. The music stop. this one. That's cruel. Well, they were a big pest. They were killing a lot of the trees that were outside of the school. So we didn't have a lot of sympathy for them. They also got into the whole playground area. Oh, and that fits quite well, because this is the shadow of the bag. So we'll just move this so it can fit together. There we go. Yeah, they're a big problem in some areas. Okay, this part should be in shadow, and it is, so that's good. What else? Okay, there was something I wanted to do, and you can see here the block kind of melts together with the background. I don't want that. So, oh, that is very strong. There. Just adding a very soft touch of paint there. So now we can distinguish it better from its background. Hey Hitzel, how you doing? Good evening to you too. Handsome one. Please. Okay. So here's how it's looking so far. Now, I'm kind of sad that by putting this, they basically lost all their possessions. They only kept this little part. So I don't know if it would be fun or confusing to take some of these packs, and put them on top of the ice. Put them like here. Maybe too much, right? Or even take the bags and put them on the ground. Kinda like they're trying to reorganize the stuff. Could be a fun one. Get the original. Let's copy it. Let's try that. Although, well, I guess we'll isolate like 1 or 2 packs. We won't unpack the whole thing, because then we'll be here all day. So we can take like this bag. We'll have to make up some of this edge here, but it's okay. Okay, so we can take this. Fix that edge up a little bit, since it's very harsh. Okay, and now on top of it, let's start with a layer of paint, straight up. Might be enough, because we already have noise on top, so the paint plus the noise at this level of detail, it's kinda enough, right? Also do that to Remove the line here. I'm using here on the very top this layer of noise, and this is a technique that Larry Hakila taught me the other day, and it's actually very useful. It's been proven very useful for this. So it is a 50% gray layer, just a fill layer of 50% gray on soft light, which will make it, if you put 50% on soft light, it won't do anything. It doesn't change anything if I add it or not. And then on top you add first layer or add noise filter. You just add noise. Do a Gaussian blur on it, so that noise kind of bunches up on bigger like grains, and smart sharpen to make them a bit more visible. And you can mess with this 3. If you want more noise or harsher noise, you can change the add noise here. If you change the Gaussian blur, you'll get bigger noise or bigger grain, I guess. And smart sharpen will make that bigger grain more visible. Yeah, it's a very useful one. And you can just put it on top like that, and everything you change below it will acquire that noise. Instead of having to, every time you add something new, add the same amount of noise. It's pretty useful. Do the same, but not the sharpening. Yeah, sharpening just adds a little touch. It's pretty good. Another very good way of doing big grain like that is in the camera raw filter. In the effects here, the grain. Oh, well, I guess I'm doing it on the whole thing. So you can mess with it a lot. You can change the size, change the roughness, and see how it behaves live. That's the one I use the most. What kind of things do you do, Sebastian? You can share your work if you wanna. We're always happy to take a look. Let's put it next to this guy. Kinda like he's starting to deal with the fact that he's not gonna be able to sleep on his sleeping bag for a few days until they come back. As you might have noticed, these two are carrying the sled by themselves. Look at this. It just has a harness that is attaching to the sled. You're just pulling it. And I guess they're taking turns to pull it. No dogs in this one. They did have some dog sleds in this expedition. This specific group wasn't using dogs. They're just carrying everything by themselves. Which sucks for them, since they're gonna have to carry this this big boy. So that's a shadow. How does that look? Capture one. I don't have capture one. Basically only use Photoshop, to be honest. I have Lightroom and it's just sitting there. I never use it pretty much. Oh, they give you more grain options there. Beauty retoucher. You stream? That's very cool. From the Netherlands, I imagine. Oh, I'm about to get TOS here, so I'm not gonna scroll down. That's very cool. If you drop your socials, or if you have social media, drop them so I can follow you. Yeah, it's kind of saying goodbye to his possessions. In French, where you live in Amsterdam? Ah bah bienvenue. Je parle français moi, ma mère est française. De Rouen. Don't mind me, you guys, I'm just speaking code with him. Okay, you know what this needs? This needs something around it. Some kind of rope or something. So let's try to make that. Let's just call it this rope 1. Ew. There we go. Okay, it's gonna be rope 2 then. Let's do like we did before, 3 pixel wide line, and then we'll blur it a little. For on Insta. Oh. What shall we go? Damn, you're doing covers for L and everything. Congrats, man. That's sweet. I just think it's something like this for the rope. And then I guess copy that, put it there. I guess it's not perfectly the same width everywhere, but okay. Will 2 ropes be enough? I think it needs a little bit more sustenance, a little bit more support there. I was thinking something more like a belt, or maybe one of these, something like this strap here. So maybe let's do it on a separate layer. This one, we're gonna blur it. Let's do, yeah, that's good. Reduce opacity a little. Okay. Let's try something like a belt. some sort. Something that's around this size. We can kind of tense it here, kind of like, there we go. And since we're working on something that's not such high quality, just get away with painting stuff like that. We're also adding the noise on top, which already adds a little touch of detail. And then we're just gonna do a clipping layer on top. We're gonna add some more differences, some more details, and I think that'll be enough. And then another one, maybe like this, let's say. Is that one too much? Yeah, I think that's what we have, like this is enough. Where are you from in France, by the way? So I got family all over France. Should we blur it? No, I think it's good. Gotta take a soft brush. Gonna add a little bit of very soft line on there. To increase it in this area, just generally. There we go. Should we get rid of this and then do a similar belt thingy? It was 30 something pixels. Yeah, no, maybe less. 15. I think that was the size we used. A bit less. 13 or 12. On Paris, grew up in Nice, going to school in Marseille, we've been everywhere. We've moved around quite a lot. Let's go. Yeah, I think the small ones are kind of distracting more than anything. So what if we add a third one like this? Obviously we should mask it here and stuff, but... Hey mister, how are you doing? Doing fine. Not much. A lot of new stuff. Apart from what you're seeing. Okay, how do we feel about the third belt here? mean, logically it makes sense that they would try to wrap it as much as possible since it's a huge fucking block of ice. Yeah. It is. Yes. This little guy inside. This bad boy. And I don't mind that here it's not really that distinguishable. It's obviously going to be more distorted because you're seeing it not from the front, for one, and the lighting is just makes it a bit harder too. And you've already seen it because this is going to be after the other two pictures, so so I don't really mind that here it's not that visible. Since you already have the context, you already have the big oh, it's a larva from a bug. It's like this. So in this one, since you already have the context of the other two pictures, I don't really mind that it's less like understandable what's inside. Looks like a shrimp to me. Kinda looks like a shrimp too, yeah. Sitting on the bug, this ice is too sharp. I think so, maybe it just has more contrast than the bug. But I felt like... Let's go down here. So I felt like the bug, if I added more contrast to it, like I could do like, if I added more contrast to it like this, it suddenly starts not looking like it's inside the eyes that much, not losing the effect. So it had to be sort of muted. I don't know, that's how it felt like to me. Maybe do you like the sharper version better? Yeah, could be that too. So I don't know, what do you like, quick poll here? Sharp or muted? Because that's the trouble I've been, like, it's a balancing edge, but it's a balancing act. If you don't do enough, it loses the effect that it's inside the eyes. So if you do too much, you start losing the detail of what's inside. So, balancing act. Suit. Like that. Zoom levels. Only on our guy here. Just doing this to mask. We'll reduce the contrast a little on him. Okay, that's how it looks. This is better. The mask is not perfect, I know, but Just quick test. Yeah, you're right. I think let's take a quick look at the original, actually. Where's the other original? There. So it's very, very high contrast with the background, since the background is pretty much all white. I darkened the sky so we have a bit more contrast with the eyes. And in that process, he might have gotten darkened too. Or he just stopped looking like he was part of the scene, maybe. Yeah, let's fix up some of that. He's got this halo around him, doesn't he? It's not this layer. Let me just do a straight up blank layer and very softly try to remove that halo. And it's something that's kind of cool about working on black and white, that you can get away with a lot more, and black and white and old pictures in general, since they're not very sharp, they lose a lot of detail. You can get away with a lot of painting. In my case, it's great because I need to add monsters, try to make it look realistic. So that's just a halo removal layer. I think that's all right. Might help with the effect a little. Let's do before and after these two layers. Yeah, I think we've this is a lot better now. Thank you, Sebastian. Oh, and goodbye, Sirin. Thanks for hanging out. It's always cool to have you here. If you guys haven't seen Sirid's stuff, I posted a link to his stuff on the Discord. I'll just paste it on chat so you guys can see. Very cool stuff he makes. Next time you're here, Sirit, remind me, I gotta ask you about one of your projects there, how you did it. And it's funny, Sebastian, how retouching and composites use the same technology. We use pretty much the same software. We use it in such different ways that it's funny. I don't know, but for me it's been really good for learning to see how retouchers do their things, because I don't know, you learn a lot of techniques that kind of are different from what you're used to. And it's actually been really helpful. Want to learn? And I mean, you already have the retouch thing mastered, and so you already know all the tools I'm using. Pretty much, if there's some that you're not familiar with, let me know and I'll pause a little bit more. But just from you got like the base knowledge needed for doing this kind of stuff. You just need to, I don't know, get a few techniques. So let me know if you want anything. You want me to explain, slow down on anything. I'll try to. Yeah, for sure. I'm always happy to explain what I do. Soon thinking of doing some tutorials, although that field is very saturated. But just for people that might come into the stream, want to learn how to do something specific, so it's good for me to practice how to explain this kind of stuff. Okay, what if we sharpen our guy here a little bit? Since that much distortion plus that much blur, kind of lost a lot of detail. Actually, since I've added, yeah, let's get rid of that. Since I added that noise on top of everything, I'll remove this camera raw filter because I think it's taking away too much detail just to add noise, and we've already added noise. So regret the offer? No, I won't. You can see here, we lost a lot of detail from the displacement we did before. All those cool ripples. Removing that camera raw, I think, gets a lot of them back, and I'm happy. But the blur, I don't think we can get away with removing. It's tiny things, it's not detail anybody's gonna see, but... something that's still not fitting here. It feels like around here there's something that bugs me, and I didn't mean that pun. If flipping is the best. You notice a lot of new errors usually. I think the lighting is pretty correct. It's matching the ones on the rest of the objects. You know what? Probably... actually, no. The lighting comes so much from this angle that I don't think we'd actually get a shadow from the sail on the ice. I don't think we would. Maybe on this corner. Yeah, since we're doing that, yeah, I think this corner maybe has... Let's get a harder brush. Obviously gonna reduce that later. Sometimes what I like to do is overdo it first, then reduce the opacity. So usually when I'm painting lights and shadows, I'll make them much stronger than they need to be, and then reduce the opacity until I'm happy with them. Because that way, if you're not happy with it, feel like, oh, that's too little, it needs to be a bit stronger later. You just increase the opacity and you already got it, instead of having to repaint it or... Yeah, just for this corner here. My voice just cracked. Then we're gonna need to add some dust and stuff to the picture. We'll do that on top of everything, but let's actually do it now. I'm still not entirely convinced. Still something missing in this ice block. It doesn't entirely fit the scene, and it's kind of hard to know sometimes. It's a very instinctive thing. Sometimes you know something is wrong and you don't know exactly what it is. I was talking about Pokemon Silver. Oh, because of the song. Okay, so there's two ways we can do this whole dust affair. One of them is taking the original image and extracting some dust from there, which might be easy because there's some pretty clear areas we can take them here. Yeah, let's try that. Let's try extracting dust from here. So we are going to get the piece we want. I'm thinking actually this. We'll make that into its own layer. We'll apply that on screen. And then just mess with the levels until we only see the dust. And I might have to do this against the dark thing. I tried flipping the canvas. Yeah, I just did that a second ago. And I still don't notice it, so I don't know. But it kind of feels like it's around this area. For some reason, it's so unconscious, I don't even know. Sometimes it's nothing, and you ask people and they don't see anything wrong, so... If you notice something specific, do let me know. Because the more eyes, the better for this kind of thing. Okay, so... I'm gonna reduce that until it's invisible. But we still get the noise. There we go. All the noise, that's dust. I'll do a soft brush to not get any weird edges. Let's make... See what's wrong with drawings, but I don't know about photos. And here it's... So I think the difference between drawings and photos for this kind of thing is that in a drawing you have it's easier to suspend your disbelief. So errors are not like very large, can often be just your brain explains it and it doesn't even register. When you're doing something with a picture, there's this sort of expectation of realism, because you know you're seeing a picture. So if something looks off, it's gonna look very off, and that's basically the hardest thing to do in Photoshop and composition. Maybe the edge is not separated enough from the eyes. Like the edge, this edge here, or the edge from the edge of the. It's such a wide thing of wide block of eyes. It's kind of hard to fit in here. I could remove a little bit, kind of shave a few centimeters off. The snow in that hole kind of does feel off. This area. That's just how the picture is. And it's funny because sometimes what does feel off is an actual thing from the picture. Since you're like scrutinizing it more, sometimes you have to fix things that were real or were in the original picture, and that's always weird, and I don't know. Perspective of the ice block. It could be. Could be slower part here. You know, we can always shave off, as long as we don't remove any of the bug, we can shave off centimeters, or even add a little bit of edge there. So that wouldn't be a huge problem. It might be the perspective. Once I've added all this, there we go. And let's also add a little bit of the black dust here. And actually, it's gonna be kind of hard to extract it from here since it's not a very plain background. And here we don't really have any. Let's do it like that. Since around it there's not that kind of black dust. Front looks good. The end part should be wider. This part here. Now let's draw it on. So it's a good way to visualize it. I guess this is what you mean. It should go like that. Or like that, I mean, we can always... Or actually, copy this. Oh yeah, definitely. Well, I guess there's a little perspective, so it shouldn't be that much, but you're absolutely right. Let's... I think we got a little bit to recover down here since we got some edge, so we wouldn't be that hard. There we go. Oh, we don't have that much to recover, but just shave off some from here. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's not perfectly cubic. You know what I mean? Since we don't expect them to cut it in a perfect way either. Check IG, yeah. So good that you can access the IG, Instagram DMs. Yeah. I guess I'll do the other way around though. Instead of adding here, which would just be harder, we can just remove it a little bit from here. And now the edge is way too sharp, but take care of that. Yeah, that's probably what was bothering me. Let's see now if it fits more within a line we drew. A bit more. So we're getting dangerously close to the edge of the bug though. Oh, and since we did this on the edge, it would be more visible. Let's redo that. Yeah, it's like they cut it dangerously close to the bug. But it's cool, it's okay, I think. And that doesn't feel so out of place. It's a weirdly cropped picture. I think this one was not from Frank Hurley, the guy I talked about before. It was like the official photographer. Because there's also another guy listed on the... so hang on. Oh, it's like that. There we go. So if we go here, there's a whole list of... we're gonna have to get back to this list because there's a list of members and there's a list of dogs, which I love. Don't read this article if you're sad about dogs dying, because so many dogs died on this one. It is very sad. Yeah. Ginger and her pups on board Aurora during the voyage to Hobart. The pups did not survive. This makes me so sad. Anyway, so this is a whole list of members, and this is like the main party. This guy, Sidney Jeffries, I don't know how to pronounce that, was the guy that suffered a mental breakdown on the second year. So this is a guy who's gonna destroy our bug, probably. Then we got Frank Hurley here. This is the official photographer. And then I think I saw another one that did have photographer. Well, I don't see exactly. I think it was this guy who took some of the pictures. So that this slightly more amateurish pictures were probably taken by this not official photographer, since he couldn't be two places at once. Anyway, yeah, just all this to say it's a weird composition on here, weirdly cropped. But still, I'd like to use as much of the original picture as possible, since if I zoom it in and I crop this bit, what we're left with is very, very noisy, very much worse. Same with this one. This one I had to crop, and I don't like that it had to crop, because I lost a lot of detail in doing so. The original was... Stop dragging lately, it doesn't work. There we go. The original was like this, and since I wanted this one to be like the close-up of the bug, I had to zoom it in, and that's why the noise is enormous in this one. Let's save it, by the way. Okay, of like main elements here, we've already kind of checked all the boxes. We've added this, we've secured it, blended everything together, did the shadows. We even added some dust on top of the picture. We did the bag here. I think the only like main other thing that we could try is doing more bags outside. It's kind of hard to isolate a lot of these bags, since they're very, very close together, very stuck together. Maybe this box here? I don't know. Let's try it. So I'll copy this again. I'll try to select, or imagine how the shape of the box is. Oh boy, need to soften that edge. Antony, hey, thanks for the sub, Fergus. Oh, thank you. Muchas gracias. How you doing, Fantoni? Good to see you. Enjoy your penguin emotes. Cutting trees, that's very much like you. Naranja. We have a fun sub goal now. I think that's maybe it is not. Anyway, oh yeah, it is. It appeared there. So once we reach the number of subs to get a second emote, I'll have to do a composite on MS Paint. Which, I don't know why I torture myself like that, but... yes, we're doing creepies. This is the third picture. The first and second one... Well, this is the second one, and the first one. So they're gonna be finding this. This is more of a close-up. And the third one, they've cut the eyes and are bringing it back. And then, I don't know, fourth one... what's the sub goal? It's 15. Once we reach 15, that's gonna have to happen. Thanks, man. It's been really fun to do this. Bonne nuit, Sébastien. Thanks for hanging out. And let me know if you have any questions about this. I'm happy to help. I'll be back. Oh, this IKEA glass. We have a ton of this. It's a classic. Modern classic. The most common glass in the world, definitely. Okay, so what I'm doing here is getting some of their belongings and putting them outside, since they have to get rid of so many of them to put this thing on. Just want to acknowledge that. And I don't know exactly where I'll put it, since the perspective here doesn't match too much. Could put it here. Maybe even rotate it slightly. Then we'll put this on here. Oh, here's one that I just published today that I didn't put on Instagram. This one I put on Twitter only. It's a fan art for Siren Head. It's a really popular monster lately. So I did an old picture version of it. I didn't stream that one. That was like something I did for the past few days in my spare time. Yeah, and it's everywhere lately. So I got retweeted by the guy who made it. So right now that tweet is still blowing up, I think. Hang on, let me. Yep, still blowing up. Not bad, isn't it? Yeah. Pretty crazy. Because I talked about it on stream, but they're probably not here. For this one, the last one I did, he retweeted it, and it got like amazing numbers, and it got my Twitter account from 90 followers to 708, about 700 followers. It gave me like 600 in one day. So this was the kind of this Siren Head thing was kind of my way to thank him for doing that. Thank you. Yeah, that's cool. So and after I did the Siren Head thing to thank him, and he retweeted it again, so it got me another boost. That's kind of crazy. Whoa, and a gift sub. Dude. Thank you so much. Enjoy your cute penguin emotes. Thanks again. You know I'm commissioning my icon to you, so give back some of that. 13 to go. Well, no, Shu is subscribed, so... And I don't know if there was another guy subscribed. I think that ran out already, so I think we're at 3 subs right now. It's not a lot, but it's going up. Thank you. Oh, and you got the sub badges I did. They're Photoshop tools. So the first one is the brush, second one is eraser, then I think you get to clone stamp. The one I have is a clone stamp, which is the highest one there's so far. So yeah, you're just doing this to make me do an MS Paint, and it's, isn't it? No, I wonder how that would work. It's a hard thing. You would probably have to cut everything separately in different MS Paint windows and then combine that, but I still don't know how the background would have to be cut out. Because every time you add something, you can't add a PNG, you can't add something without a background. So it appears with the white square around it, that covers that just makes everything below it disappear. We'll add some shadows to this. And okay. Let's see, where do we put this exactly? Here it's kind of in the middle. It's bothering me a bit. So maybe we can add it like right behind him, like this. That way it clips it and gets more integrated. Every time two objects interact and they interact well, that helps with realism. Getting water. I hope you get it in this glass. You better. Hey bystander, welcome. Yes, I did a shadow for the ice block. But since the light is coming very low from the side, it starts appearing here. That's where I calculated it would fall. And there's two shadows actually. One for the ice, that is semi-transparent, and one for the bug inside, which is more like opaque, I guess. Actually getting some naranja juice. Great, that's very on topic. Good choice. So I'm gonna try to make this shadow look a bit sharper, I guess. That's better. Then I'm gonna add a layer mask on the shadow and do it something like this, and just reduce the opacity till it looks like this one. So a slight bit stronger, and the layer mask a bit weaker, I guess. Kind of balance, gotta strike. So, for those who wonder what the hell is in here, is what we've been doing. This picture's number 1, when they find the thing. Number 2, kind of sitting on it, posing with it, with what they just found. And it's gonna be number 3. They just already cut it, and they're putting it on the sled to get back home. And I guess we could also take stuff from this. It's different lighting, different perspective, so no need to. Also, this bag here is on this one, but it's not here. We can guess that they just tied it up to get more efficient space there. I don't know. It's not something people are gonna notice anyway. Okay, I'm quite happy with this. And now the question is, are we doing a 4th picture? Which would be already like twice as much as the other ones in this series, because the other ones were 2 pictures, and this one was 2 pictures plus 2 text things, 2 newspaper clippings, which I'm not counting. So both of them were 2 pictures. This one could be 4. It's 3 so far. But I'm thinking if we find a good picture to go with it, this, and it's kind of the hard thing. Buscar en la web. There's so many pictures of this expedition. It is so well documented. It's very good. This, by the way, is New South Wales State Library. And this expedition is the 1911 to 1914 Australian expedition to the Antarctic. And it's kind of lays the groundwork for them getting a huge chunk of the terrain in the Antarctica, I guess. So yeah, it's a very cool story, this whole expedition. Very interesting. Anyway, like, this just has a lot of stuff. And what I would like to get is a picture for the fourth one. A picture of the base. Is this the same expedition? Might not be. No. Whoa. 1876. Is that for real? That doesn't look like an 1876 ship. Can make a sick book with all the stories and pics. Yeah, I mean, if we get enough of them, it would be nice to sort of have them all together in one place. It's creepy block stuff, resin, yeah. Some big money. I don't know about that, but it would be fun. You know what I thought? Like a good. I guess it's not really feasible, at least in big numbers. But a good way to collect all of this in a single collection would be to present it kind of like an album of just documents, and and I don't know, like a folder with all the pictures kind of sorted, but you can get them out and that would be fun. It's obviously not very visible, but that is a brutal picture. God. That is brutal. That is extremely cursed. I can't even make this up. I gotta download this. I didn't see this collection of pictures. I did see some of them, because I remember this one with the penguins. People love freaky stuff in the webs. Yeah, it's always fun. I like that too. What are you seeing exactly? This? Oh, the crows. This here. A field of snow with that looks like rocks and a dead crow lying on there with another one to sitting on it. Right? Unless that's a rock. It looks like a dead bird. Yeah, it is. Definitely is. So there was just some brutal battle. I mean, just seeing the aftermath. And these two are about to get it on too. This one is cool. What could that be? Kelp. Wow. Like, takes two guys to lift it up. Battle Royale. Definitely. They're tying a weather balloon there. Oh, I remember this one. I saw it. So in this website, there's a collection of 2,000 pictures from the expedition, from the 1914 expedition. This one is cool. What if we did? I kind of like this one. As if they were doing a dissection of the thing to study it. But I don't really like that they study it, because if you add a lot of information about it, you reveal the mystery and you kind of lose the magic, I think. Oh, another one with gulls, apparently, not crows. Skua gulls. They look like crows. Oh, they're eating something. Probably dead animal. Nasty. Very cursed too. Okay, I would like something with the base. Look at the penguins. Oh, by the way, it's something I definitely gotta show you. Because you might like this, you might recognize this. Hang on, got it saved somewhere. Look at this guy. It's Phil. It's our boy. It's our little guy. Yeah, it was funny to find this one. There's a ton of pictures of these penguins. And they're the same ones, they're the same species as Phil. Hey, Adelie penguins, they're called. You're filling today. Oh my god. They went to visit... See, this is from the same expedition. They went to visit the guys there. I like just hanging out, chilling with the humans. Anyway, let's see if we find our fourth picture. Oh, I got in pocket here. I got a lot of saved ones. That could work. Got a lot of... with them just walking with the sled. Or going up a hill. Oh, look at this one. This one is a very interesting one. These are color pictures from this expedition. They brought some color film, like super early color film. It looks super cool. It has a very special tone. Like, look at this pink in the sky. It's obviously like not the correct color, but it's very cool. It's like super early color. Look at that. They look like some pink and blue Instagram filter or something. It's very nice to see color pictures in this area. Makes everything feel so alive, you know? Anyway, that was the... Okay, here we go, some of the pictures we used. These, it's around between 1911 and 1914. The story itself, as at least what I planned to write, it's gonna happen during the second season, which is 1913. So the story of this expedition is that during the first, it was supposed to be like a one-season thing during one summer in Antarctica, and as the summer ended, they were supposed to leave because if you don't get the boat out before winter begins, the boat gets stuck in the ice, so you got like a time limit for that. And one of the parties that were, I think it's explained somewhere around here, one of the parties that went exploring out, it was 3 people. One of them was the leader of the whole expedition. On the way back, 2 of the 3 people died. So the first one fell down a ravine, losing his whole sled and pretty much all the food they were carrying. The second one died of frostbite, and the third one like barely arrived. I think he had to kill his dog to eat something, to have enough food to get back. And I'll come back. He had to eat his dog to get back, and he gets back right on the day or the day after that the boat leaves. So the boat leaves, leaving behind like 4 or 5 people for rescue operations. Yeah, it's like Scream. The boat leaves behind like a small group of people for a rescue operation, but the guy comes back on his own. He's the only one left of the 3 people that got lost, and they have to stay for a whole year, the whole winter in Antarctica. They have to stay put. They have to stay there. They do some more research and stuff, but there's this like a small group that just has to stay there. Just look at how the hut looked after a while. And one of them had a mental breakdown during this time. So the wireless operator, Jeffries, was initially a conscientious and respected member of the group, but from mid-June his behavior begins to deteriorate, and ends up when the Jeffries began sending out wild messages through the wireless mat, claiming that all the others apart from Mason had gone insane and were trying to murder him. So he goes basically full psychotic. And the music, it's Hollow Knight music. It's a very good soundtrack. So they have to relieve him, obviously, of the communications operations, but the guy never really recovers, and he ends up when they come back to Australia, he ends up going to a mental asylum, and he dies there like a few years later. So he never really recovers from it. And I thought that was like too good of a story to not base our story on. So we got a bunch of... Let me pull back the browser. We got a bunch of... Where is it? A bunch of diaries from the people that were there. This is a scrapbook specifically, which has a lot of pictures, a lot of newspaper cutouts. But there's also, and I got them here, there's also a ton of different diaries, and I thought that we could use that while use the diary as a base and take some of the drawings and stuff from the diary, but write the story on my own handwriting, because obviously I can't really replicate this digitally. Replicate the handwriting and write as if the story was told through one of the crew's perspective, through diary entries. This one doesn't have a really good handwriting, so it's not a good one to base it on. But I got that this whole thing you're seeing here is a bunch of diaries. I think Charles Turnbull here had super good handwriting, so I might base it on him. Yeah, look at that beautiful handwriting. It's very close together, so I'll probably won't write it that bunched up, but look at that. Ah, so beautiful. This lost art. I never tell people these aren't real. So, one of the fun things that's been happening since I've been posting this, especially to Reddit, since, people from Reddit, they have to be like that. You get a lot of people, like, arguing for it not being real, when I've never said it wasn't real. You get a bunch of, actually, that is photoshopped, don't you know? Yeah, I'm the artist who made it. Thank you. On a cockroach in an ice block. I should post it like that. Yeah, Reddit. I mean, Reddit. It's always fun. You can poke some fun with them. One of my favorites was in this one. I posted it to... What was the sub? Something Leviathans, imaginary Leviathans. They post like sea creatures and stuff. I thought it would fit nicely there. And one of them asks, This looks so fake. And got downvoted to hell, and the first response was, what gave it away? Was it the giant bug? It's not the best place for Jug, it isn't. It's super IQ, definitely. I love it. What gave it away? The giant bug? Yeah, this wasn't super fun to make. And the little story around it with the newspaper clippings was good. It was fun too. So this one is going to be diaries. And I got so many diaries like I just showed you. So I'll probably just take one of those, try to imitate the handwriting, and see where that goes. Question about the worm bug one. About this one, you mean? The last one? You use displacement map to bend with the ice bug. Go for the exactly, displacement map. Actually, you can still see here. This is a displacement map I used for this one. I didn't make it from scratch. I looked on the internet for ice displacement map, because if I made it myself, it wouldn't look that realistic or like that much like ice. So I just took one and adapted it to each of these sides, and then applied it as a displacement filter. I'm making this quick. Enjoy. Although I'm more for Colacao. And for this one, I use this same displacement map, applied like that. So yeah, I think it was the hardest thing to try to make it look like it was inside the eyes. And it's kind of a balancing act, because you gotta, if you make it too much like it's inside the eyes and you distort it too much, it stops being recognizable what's inside. And it's already at that point a little. It's kind of hard to see what's inside. And not too many people who use, yes, they're so useful. I love them for reflections, for ripples in the water. Yeah, they're kind of hard to, they're kind of not intuitive at all. You have to save it as a PSD? What the hell is that? Why does it need to be PSD? It's like a flat thing. Why can't you just upload a JPEG? It's weird. There's so many weird things about it, but they're very useful, I agree. It tastes exactly the same. And Colacao has Malta. Oh. That sucks for you. Yeah, so I'll probably still be tweaking the effect here, since it's the thing I'm the least sure about. Yeah, in this one I think it looks good, because it's on the back, it's kind of covered by snow. And in this one you're supposed to not really see that well, to get your curiosity going and want to check the rest of them. So, but for this one, which is like the centerpiece, which is what, like, the main thing in this, I'm still probably gonna be tweaking that balance between readability and realism. And in this one, I don't really mind that it's not readable, because you've already seen it in the other one. So you just see the ice block, you assume what's inside. If I put this one as a first one, then yeah, that would be weird, but... I think this one's looking pretty good so far. Oh, before I forget, the to-do here, before we finish, I need to remember to sign it. I don't know how I'll sign this one. I might sign it in the diary, since it's not that out of place. Put a little symbol. Yeah, let's choose our diary, or try to find a good picture of the base. Really beautiful handwriting there. Gotta love it. Okay, and let me see which was the one that had... It's a scrapbook. There's one that had some pages at the end that I really loved. Maybe this one, Frank Hurley. There were some really old looking pages, some really weathered. Seeing the Wormbug for the first time. Looks super nice. Playing with opacity can be destructive. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, that's why I'll always ask for people's opinions, because once you've seen something for very long, your eyes get poisoned by the you stop seeing the errors, and you might hurt the readability of it doing things like that, like you said. Yeah, it's like about as real as it can get. Like, I think I'm more or less like center of that edge, that dangerous edge between not realistic enough and not readable enough. Anyway, this is the one I was looking for. I really like the weathered pages, and I really like the scrappy writing. This was the end of the diary, so it was probably like the last pages where we jotted down notes, crossed them out. I kind of like this one a lot. It's also like in pencil, so it's kind of erased. Some stuff it's written from the other side. Oh yes, Viksinski is amazing. Big inspiration. He's so good. Do you know he got into Photoshop when it was at its infancy? He died in 2005 or something like that. So he didn't get to really experience the like, it was like at its infancy. Rough life, yes, definitely. Let's go. You write ZD and you already get it. These are not well known at all, because obviously they all look very good. But the guy did Photoshop for a while, and it was, of course, it was rough. This is the infancy of Photoshop. He was kind of pioneering a lot of these. So I give him a break for that reason, but you see some of these and they're by today's standards. Thanks for the follow, Wickerman. We're here checking Viksinski. This one is it's rough. But yeah, gotta give him a break. The guy's super talented, so. You would take photos. Yeah, depending on what I need, if it's something that I can get, I'll prefer taking a picture of it to use it. Or do you mean like take photos by themselves, like just to be artistic? I did have yesterday. I think I talked about this today. I didn't. Yesterday since you can already sort of go out right now, and the bars are open and stuff, but we didn't want to. I wanted to see my girlfriend because I haven't seen her in 2 months. But we didn't want to go to where everything's crowded, so we decided to go explore some ruins. And I took like a few pictures. Nothing too good, but look at these ruins. So cool. These are the raw pictures. I still need to give them a good edit. You know how it's I don't know how to pronounce his name. Died. I think he was mugged or something, right? Stock photo material. So this is in Naranco, and a little mountain next to close to where we live. Still, yeah. Yeah, it's super cool. It's and I don't know exactly what it was, since so the story behind this place is, it was a guy that there was a guy that did a little sport, so brown in the mountains, and he discovered this by accident like 5 years ago. He notified the local government to, I don't know, take care of it, since it looks to be like a historical building. They paid him. They did nothing. So the guy by himself went and cleaned everything. So he cleaned everything up, made a little path, and put some signs so people could walk there. And yeah, it's been like that ever since. So it's the theory is that it's a cuartel. How do you call that? A barracks. It's some barracks from the Civil War. That's the theory, at least. Stabbed by his assistant. West by an incredible. Oh, yeah, that's true. I remember. I thought he was mugged. Yes. Headquarters. Yeah, more like barracks. It looks. As you can see from the pictures, it's like a very long building. This one is not exactly sharp, but you can see it better. Very long building with a lot of windows. Like, I don't know. Looks like barracks. Yeah, it's always. I don't know how I found out about Beksinski. It's maybe, or probably, that the fact that his style is so influential. It's like the style of death metal albums, and maybe through that I ended up finding out about him. It's always being a fascinating guy. You got a Discord channel. I'm not ever there all the job in my Discord. Yeah, it's been there. It's not really active, but I post there and notifies when someone's live. You can post your work to one of the channels. I don't publicize it too much, so there's just the button down there. Okay, let's see if we can find one of the base author subjects. Be here. Cosmic rays. Wow. I'll support the homies. Thank you. Okay, interiors. This might be what we're looking for. I love those penguins. Not a real. It's kind of a crowded place to put a huge ice block in there. Also, they would probably keep it outside since it's encased in ice. That is so cool, though. This little house. Look at the alcohol bottles. Those guys know what's up. Oh, talking about inspirations. Oh, look at these penguins. Poor little guys. Oh no. Here's, oh god, what's his name? This guy. Miles Johnston. I love his work. It is so good. All the, I don't know, he kind of has a style with holes and it's always pencil, it's always portraits, but I love the ideas he does. This one is I did a very similar to this one recently. It's kind of inspiration for that. He's very good. I love his work. It's funny that I often get inspired more by traditional artists than by photographers. I just like the very surreal stuff, I guess. Look at this group of penguins. Didn't see these pictures. God, there's even more pictures than I thought about. What is that? Oh boy. This shape got kind of wrecked, didn't it? The endurance. Oh shit. Didn't know about this one. British. Oh, that's from the British one. British Transatlantic Antarctic Expedition. So it's not from the same expedition as the ones we've been looking at. That's why I hadn't seen them before. There's some negatives here. So those guys got their ship wrecked. That must be awful if you're in Antarctica. Get a blast. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I gotta spend those layers. Oh. Knowing you, it's probably not on Spotify. So hang on. A copy there. that's you have a very specific style. Love it. Oh look, little dogs. God, I have a huge collection of sled dog pictures. Because every time I found one while I was researching, I saved it. Look, let's do a... Let's do a moment to appreciate the doggies. Trying to spend layers in the emote. Oh, no, because you already got them. Since you're subscribed. You can use them, if you do valdés-hevia, you got this one. But now we only have one for tier 1 subs. So, doggies. Look at this. Look at these good boys. Oh, this is my favorite one, it's this one. I love this breed. It's kind of like a husky, but it feels more natural. I don't know. It's good. Look at this one. Got that. This one's got that Shiba meme energy. All seeing days, man. Get it ready. Look at this one. Oh, and there's a puppy. I'll finish with the puppy, since I've been spamming you with cute dog pictures. So many pictures open. What do you make you listen to Gabber? Have a very distinctive taste in music. It's cool though, like that. Since we're looking at doggies, there's puppies. Hang on, you know, we gotta stop for that. You can't just scroll past this. Are we really gonna scroll past this? Come on, I'm downloading it. Okay, now let's see if we can find pictures of the base. Oh, maybe this one? Maybe a camp could work too. Kind of a messed up picture. So I got a British flag, which is not ideal. Nothing against the British, it's just that the story is based in an Australian expedition. Let's see, there's a lot of them from this mission. They're not that good. The ones from the Australian expedition are much better. What is this? Ah, it's a drawing. Okay. This one. Researching for this series is so fun, because it's so fun to just look at old pictures, look at how they, I don't know, how these people lived. They did. This is good. This is kind of what I was looking for, like a pile of boxes. Somewhere where I could put the ice block. Just place it there. Let's try this one. I'll have to cut it. I'll cut it to the same size as the other one. There's this crack here. I don't think I'll repair it. This is kind of an accessory picture. It's not the most necessary one, so to speak. So, we were on this video. Old pics are so interesting. They are. I do it for you. Let's put it on here. Okay, so there's. Oh, cut it. It's a lot to cut, man. Let's skew it this way. And we'll have to get rid of the boat here. Since it's an inconsistency, since they're stuck in the... This is gonna happen during the second year, so they're stuck and they're waiting for a whole year for the boat. So we'll erase this. Enough layers to get a quick edit. And save them. Save them. Maybe you can make me do a gaming stream after a while. The gaming stream one is just to piss off Ender. You probably recognize him from chat. Because he likes to accumulate layers for something he wants. So I just keep increasing the price of the gaming stream one to piss him off. Yeah, let's get a bigger one. There we go. It's a very, very dirty picture. Dirty in the literal sense. Don't get me wrong. Won't get me banned from Twitch, don't worry. So since I'm doing this in a separate second layer, just kinda not caring about going over the edges. Now, I'll cut those out in a mask. This guy has a weird hat. Or is it the boat? It's a hat. Between the two we can get the layers. Doesn't count. No, it has to be one person. You can't send layers to people. Clean that up? No, I'm not gonna clean it. Imperfections are part of the beauty here. I'm just removing the boats, and now I'm doing the edges. Redoing the edges there. I kind of overpainted it, and fixing that. Blend that smoke here in. I guess it's smoke. It's probably some kitchen or something there. Okay, any British flags around? I don't see any, just in case. Because we would have to get rid of them. And the crack here, I'll leave it. It's nice too. It's kind of strange because it feels like a cracked glass. And it kind of feels weird for a printed picture to have that. Although maybe it was glass negatives. I think that was a thing at that time. I'm not sure. I don't know a lot about photography techniques, especially from from this age. So let's just try it on. Get the block on its own. Just place it on here. All this, I'll just group it up, call it picture 1. By the way, Crocodile, I think it's Spotify. Okay. Oh, the other song finished. So let's go down. that JPEG thumbnail is the best. Let's see what you bring to the table today. Yeah, that's right. Sounds Brazilian. The video is 10 years old. Okay, yeah, 2010. That's true. Okay, we kinda have to guess the size. So I'm thinking if there could be any other perspective this could work in. Oh, that's Red Hot Chili Peppers. This doesn't really work in any other. It's too skewed to work that way. If we cut down a little bit and change the perspective, it can work among the boxes here. It would kind of be cool to have it vertical, like around here, maybe. I don't know. That would mean getting a third bug and a third block of ice. I don't know if I have the energy for that. We can skew this one quite a bit. Yeah, the perspective is very different. That's why I'm trying to see if I had it behind the boxes here. That already gets rid of one of the problems. No, but if we angle it right, get the face of the bug in there. No, this is still too high. Okay, so let's explore our options. We got a base bug, which, let me find it, because I think I can get it. This is the whole thing. This, I think, group 1 is. A lot of layers over here. Here, oh, 59 on this one. This one here, 92. In total, we're at 150, more or less. Okay, so let's get this group here. Copy it on top. And see what we can salvage from here. The ice, we can just take the ice and everything that's on top and change the perspective. And this is a bug. And increase the opacity. That is just the bug. You see, you can see it's kind of dirty there, but doesn't matter because that gets distorted. I feel like if we just change the ice, we can make it work. So let's get the ice back on there. And then get ice. Oh, remove the highlights for now. It's just gonna make everything more annoying. Could remake them later. And here are the 3 pieces of ice we used. I feel like if we just change the perspective of that, we can get away with it. I don't know if I should change like the whole thing, or even, let me see how this would work. Let me take the ice on its own. I'm gonna try this. I kind of never do perspective warp. So you first get out. There we go. You first tell Photoshop where the edges are, where the planes are. Can I get both there? Maybe? There we go. And then you warp it. See, I even have the tooltips there. That's how little I use this. This could be what we needed. It's actually for something this geometrical, it works quite well, I'd say. Let's see, is that perspective better? I think it's gonna be. I know that the bug will be the same one, but it's gonna be distorted enough that I don't think it will matter, hopefully. I think that's pretty good. Oh, we're out of music. No. Go to our 24. Okay. I think this. 24 hours of this playlist. Also, I made a thumbnail for it with Kappa. Perspective works, for example, is for architecture. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, ice blocks. Yeah, it's... I guess that every time I tried to use it, I tried to use it for more complicated stuff, so it didn't really give a good result, and that's why I don't use it or think about it that much. But honestly, for this kind of thing, it does a really good job. I think this perspective is better. Should I change it a bit further? Oh, in any case, this should be way bigger. Since... yeah, if this is the size of a guy, and this pretty much is the size of a guy. Guy was standing over here. I think this should be the size, more or less. Yeah, exactly, that was my second concern. I think that should be around the right size. And other perspective little mistakes that we may have done, we can fix. We're gonna put it behind some boxes, so I think that'll solve that. Okay, back to the bug. Let's change, since it's not from the same perspective, let's move the tail here. This is a separate thing that I can move. And let's move the face part thingy, which is kind of something I practically just drew. Because the original face was like this, and it doesn't match this at all. So just drew him a new face. I guessed that since it would be kind of distorted, it wouldn't really matter, and it didn't. Should I make the eyes... oh, okay, that's not the right one. Gotta sleep. It's getting late. 15 hours straight. Yeah, man, it's good to see you here. I'm glad you stopped by. Have a good night, man. And I will keep working on this. I guess the ice is pretty close. I tied around the bug, so. Okay, where is the ice? Oh, on the wrong picture. Where's those eyes? Yeah, it must be red. Oh, here's our eyes. Slightly bigger. Not that much. Not that much, I said. There we go. That's better. And this eyes already has all the little modifications or things I put on top. So, now the bug. It's kind of what we gotta work on. And then there's this highlights, which not really gonna work on this perspective. I'm thinking the edge one, or let's try to warp them in place, and we can do the same type of warp. Yeah, let's try perspective warp on this. I don't know if it will work too well, but where is it? Oh, I gotta combine them, I guess. Perspective warp. Okay. We kind of have to make up where the edges are, but Okay. Let's warp them in place. Pretty good. Okay. Then the bug. Guess I just gotta replicate it. Merge. I'll merge it at 100%. Then I'll copy all the filters, and I think that this place one is gonna just get incredibly messed up. Oh, I need to make it into a smart object, and now that should work. I think the displace one, yeah, it just did a thing. It didn't do anything. So, goodbye. Rid of it. That's better. Now, all the things we did on top. Let's see if we can translate them well. Oh, this old bug. Okay, so this one, if we put it up, there we go. We need to change the perspective of this too. I think I might just first do this. This is hard without the perspective warp thing. But we'll get it. There we go. And yeah, this is just something I'm putting at. I'm putting at like 10% to match the lighting on the scene. Although, hang on, I shouldn't be using this one, since what light exists on this scene? Nothing. There's no lighting here. It is very non-specific, very non-directional lighting. So let's get rid of all traces of shadows, and we'll make our own. Yeah, I don't know why I was trying to replicate the lighting of the other one. Also, yeah, I'll have to touch this part up. Yeah, cloudy daylight. So this is a kind of a cheap way of doing this. But if it works, it works. The alternative would be we do the whole thing. Like the whole ice block perspective thing. So we'll just do a generic shadow below it. Like a ambient occlusion. However you pronounce that. Contact shadows. That's easier. A tongue twister. Yeah, so more general lighting. Let's get a little Also, as you can see, have some funky edges there. But that'll be fixed up in a second once we just warp it to hell. And that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna warp it to hell. How about that? Okay, we need to go back to pick number 1. Take this thing. It's weird blob. Beautiful. Okay, we'll do the same thing we did. Puppet warp. Puppet warp. What am I saying? A perspective warp. We'll just get those edges. This one that doesn't really match there, but it's okay. Doesn't have to be perfect. Yeah, I'm stupid. For doing this, I should be placing it on top here. Because it might get hard. Okay. That's better. Yeah. Perspective warp. There we go. I've been using the hell out of this one today. I don't think I've ever used perspective warp so much in a day. Okay, let's try to match all the corners. Seems good, right? There we go. Doesn't have to be perfect again. So, let's save this. Hopefully it does save as a PSD. Yeah. It's not that big yet. Okay. So now that we have a PSD, we can distort displays. I think I used 15 by 15. And get, this one is called sled. There we go. Let's see. Okay, that's good. So we'll do this. How about the Gaussian blur? I think it's maybe a bit more Gaussian. I think it also needs some work on the edge there. Oh yeah, you just saw. That's how the displacement map works. And it really, just look at this part, for example. It really follows the same, like the same ripples. I use it for reflections a lot. Because you can use, I don't know, let me try to get one that I might, that I've used recently. I don't know if I saved it though. Let me see. I didn't save it. I'll make one real quick. There it is. So I made this for where was it? A logo, I guess. So as you can see, the layer itself looks like that. Because what it was, if we go to a time before editing, see if we can make that. Oh, it's still not going to be exactly parallel, but you basically make noise, make a big noise like that, and in the channels, you move the channels a bit to the left, a bit to the right, and then you take that and expand it like that, like we just did. We'll just go back there, and it looks like that. You put this displacement map on a reflection on the water. You try to make this in the same perspective as the water. You put the displacement map, and it'll get the ripples in a very nice way. See, for example, I remember one where I used exactly that technique, and it was in This one. This reflection here, which I would have toned down a little in this today, but I used it there. Yeah, in this case it works. It works quite well. Okay, and we gotta like this because it's different enough that it fools the eye, even though the bug is the same one. Since the perspective of the block is different, it fools the eye. Okay, I think with that I'm gonna flatten all this and we'll do some top level stuff. This one isn't really noisy, have you noticed? Some JPEG stuff though, which doesn't really match with an old picture. Let's get... Okay, this is the group. Gonna do a quick thing before we do that. Very blurry, yeah. Although I might add some noise just for consistency with the other ones. We're gonna add a overlay to do the top here, slightly here, just to get a more neutral lighting on that ice block. What else? Oh, on the bug too. Okay, so copy this, gonna merge it. Alright, and we got this as a full thing. Smart objects, and alright. Yeah, oh yeah, this is very blurry in general. Who took this picture? Could you focus for like a second? I'm kidding. I know it's an old picture. Let's do Gaussian until we find matches. Ooh, oh boy. Yep. Yep. It's gonna have to... Very heavy Gaussian blur. Although, okay. Let's not lose everything here. Since we're gonna add some noise, which I'm just gonna copy over from the other one. Oh, that adds... That makes it look nicer. I like that. Some more texture there and gets rid of the nasty JPEG elements. Artifacts, I mean. We're also gonna go to the base picture here. Since it's a smart object. Oh, the boat, I guess. Since it's a smart object, I'm gonna try a little bit of sharpening. Let's do some smart sharpen, which usually looks pretty good. Let's see what we can do here. Let's get on wherever. Ew, can I sharpen you? Remove lens blur, Gaussian. Let's remove Gaussian. Ooh, okay, that's the radius I need to move. So you can see the JPEG artifacts get bigger as I make it sharper. I still think it's gonna be worth it, because we have the noise on top, so it's gonna help hide those. Well, maybe too much. even with the noise. Okay. Yeah, I think that's as much as we can do. That gives us a little bit of detail. I mean, there's no saving this and making it ultra sharp. We got what we got. Makes a lot of artifacts. Yeah, I mean, that's what you get. We could try something. In the reduce noise filter, there's a remove JPEG artifacts, which might help. In this case, I don't know. So, does it do anything? And don't seem to be doing anything. Those JPEG artifacts. They're still there, very much. Yeah. No, forget that. Not gonna help. Yeah, but I think it's as good as we can get. And it's still like brushing the limits, and we can still see like a little bit of artifacts, but just look at the difference. I'm looking at the box here. It's better. And it's gonna make us have to blur much less. Also, we're gonna do levels. Since obviously the dark point here should be just as dark as this. It's still darker. Yeah. Alright, it's like getting there. Just a tiny... Oh, this hat is good for this pants. Okay, so... just slightly a bit more. And then the whole thing will darken. Yeah, maybe it's even less. Although the guys are in the background. So, and it's kind of a hazy picture. So it will probably just have a little less contrast in general. All pictures work in a weird way sometimes with the contrast. Okay, you can make the darkest one like that. The widest one is, I think, pretty good. Slightly reduce it maybe because widest here, widest here. Well, more or less. Now within that we can play around with the contrast of it, which is kind of hard. I think a bit darker in general. Let's try it. Let's go with that, I think. Just comparing it to the boxes there feels more or less right. And I think we'll put it right behind these 3 boxes there. Maybe? Like around here. What else? Or we could... no, because this is like very much to the side. Kinda wanted to have a little bit more presence. Okay. I did something. I just forgot. Well, I'll remember. So we'll just get a kind of hard brush and mask that out. So Imp, dude, when are you gonna get into photo manipulation? Like you probably know enough of the tools that you wouldn't have a real hard time. I'll convince you if it takes my whole life. Not feeling very creative. I know. Bueno, hay más gente en el chat igual sí, pero a little bit up. Covering it a little bit with the snow, so it looks like it's been there a little for a while. Although maybe, yeah, in that case I should put ice snow on top too, and I'm not gonna bother with that. que siga habiendo gente viéndolo, así que aunque no hablen, vaya. Que prefiero seguir en inglés. Alright, that's not the best mask I've ever done. Let's fix it up. Yeah, I feel you. It's creativity is hard. Comes and it goes. That's good too. Some leftover stuff there that I just noticed when I move it. That's why sometimes you see me give a shake to something. I just take this layer and give it a shake. Because sometimes that's the only way you'll notice like little artifacts and little stuff that you didn't notice. It's kind of a stupid habit, but it works. And I know that it's not really aligned with these boxes, but the boxes are not aligned to each other either, so who cares? Who cares about that? If the boxes were super well put like this, then yeah, obviously I would have to match that, but actually makes sense. Yeah, within its context. Okay, now there's a lot of bullshit that we gotta put on top. I'm gonna take all this from the background, gonna select it. Gonna just make a new layer. Select a good chunk here with a lot of noise on it. There we go. Gonna put it on our. Could take in a bit more, but it's fine. Just adapt it like that. Okay. So we're gonna put that. Give it a second. Apparently, it's taking a while. Oh, the wiggling around. Yeah. It's. I mean, there's probably better ways of doing it, but it's just what I've done for so long that I'm used to it. I'm gonna put that on multiply, yeah, and then Control L to try to just keep the little dots. I'm gonna do that in normal. Okay, that's sort of what I want. Whoa, whoa, the artifacts. Whoa, that was... Don't look at that. Yeah, that just skips the little dots. We'll put that on multiply. Oh, and now they're way too dark. So we'll reduce the opacity. Might even copy that, flip it or something. Where is it? There. Just to get a little bit more, because it feels like it's not enough. And oh, there's so many smart sharpens levels and stuff that it takes a while every time I edit it. There it goes. I'll flatten that. Oh, there. So we'll just do this. Maybe even a little bit more here. There it goes. And obviously there's a huge crack going down here. So we have to put that on top. We'll try to... Yeah, let's see how we do this. This will probably be a combination of different approaches. And first, I think I'm gonna take the blend it. Not enough. Let's do a little, but I think we'll start with the manual cuts. It's on this edge here. I'm doing it inversely, so I'm cutting it out, then I'll invert the layer mask, and we'll have the just the cut there. It's a good way to see where you're going. That's it? Okay. Then invert that. And that's already pretty close. So I think I'm just gonna fix it up manually and call it a day. There's no need to do like fancy stuff if a good old mask does the job. There's some parts where the background is quite similar, so it's not a lot to cut. Here, obviously not. Ooh. Can't get it. Got a little edge there. There. Let's see. There, I think we need to close this one a little bit. Maybe. Just do tiny. There we go. Alright, so we got the cut, we got the little, I guess, dusts that settled on it. We added some noise. I think we need to cut this a bit better. Still some stuff I don't like there. Let's be softer. The rest is good, I think. Alright. I don't know if there's a lot more to do in this one. Let my chat word for a second, so if you said something in the last, I don't know, minute or two, I repeat it, because sometimes it does that. Good. Yeah, I'm still, okay. Still might play around with the levels here, while keeping the maximum and minimum we set, which I think is pretty good. Well, maybe could go slightly to the left. I think we can still have room to play around with too bright maybe. Yeah, let's see the difference, because yeah, we brighten it. Sometimes you start doing a lot of stuff, and you're like, okay, I'm happy with it, and then you check how it was before, and it's exactly the same. So you change nothing. In this case I did. I'm gonna add a little overlay to both brighten this, since it felt so dark, and darken this. Kind of equalize those two sides. Got some courses on Domestica. What's that? I don't think I've heard of that. Okay. This is picture number 2. This is picture number 1. Both of the ice block, both slightly different. Different enough that it doesn't register I think as being the same ice block and the same bug. I mean, it doesn't look copy pasted, obviously, it is the same ice block. So yeah, we are at 4 pictures for this bad boy. Web, but you can buy very specific courses, like logo making, Illustrator Essentials. Oh, that's good. What did you get? There's something crafts. Oh, cool. Thanks for the follow, Silver Skull, Sean. Cool name. Here's what we've been making over the past couple streams. First, we did this one. We did this one, which is chronologically the first one. And then we did this and this. So between all 4, it's gonna be like the full story, where they find it, they get it on their sled, they bring it back to the base, and then through the which I can't really make on stream, unfortunately, because I'll have to write it on my own and then scan it. But I'll try to make a diary, or something like this, using real pages from real diaries of these people, using the pictures themselves, like maybe pasted on the diary itself, and kind of telling the story. They're gonna be the connective tissue between all of this. So for making art toys, plushes, cars, ZBrush and Cinema 4D. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I wish I could learn 3D. Someday I will. When I got the time. In any case, I don't know exactly how I'll structure the pages of the diary. There'll probably be one page, or like one section of a page, or when they find it. Like, we just found this, it's gonna be huge, this is a huge discovery, nothing like this has ever been seen, it's perfectly preserved, yada yada yada. Like, super excited about it. Then you'll see the rest of the pictures, or a few more pictures. Another page that's gonna be like, we got back to the base and things seem weird, and when the dogs saw us, they went crazy, or they got all agitated. A few of the dogs got in a fight, and 2 of them died tonight, or something like that. And this guy, Jeffries, which is the guy that had a whole breakdown thing, this guy is kind of acting strange. And then, I don't know if I'll do another one in the middle. And the final one, it'll be like, Jeffries has gone completely insane. He's, I don't know, he's praying to the bug or something like insane like that. Thinks it's this and that. So we had to go and get rid of it, or because he was about to do something, or something like that. In the end, they have to get rid of it. Either the guy who goes crazy, or the others to stop that guy. That's the idea. Kind of like the Spanish Skillshare. Oh, it's Spanish then. Okay, I'll check it out. Or I might even, you know what could be cool? Using this specific page we were seeing, using that as the diary of the guy that goes crazy, and using a cleaner diary like this one as a diary of the other guy, of the sane guy that finds it. That could be good too. I think Jeffrey should be one who gets rid of it. Yeah, that's a thing. That's kind of the inconsistency there. So yeah, I think Jeffrey should get rid of it. Maybe... maybe, so if we get a page from Jeffrey, and it's this kind of scribbled thing, like completely crazy. It'll be like something like, I gotta liberate it, I gotta break it out, it's gonna, if I don't, it's gonna kill us all, or whatever, something like that, right? Like, gets an obsession with breaking it out of the ice, and in the end, I guess it's what it does, and it's a super old, ice encased, dead bug body, so I guess as you break it, it will probably break into a million pieces and just be unusable. So it'll probably be just destroyed after that. Yeah, we could do that. I like that. So Jeffrey... yeah, Jeffrey starts maybe worshipping the bug. The other scientists are kind of getting freaked out about this guy. And the last one would be written by the scientists, kind of explain the situation. Like, today or yesterday, Jeffrey got crazy, he went out, he broke through the ice, he broke it into a million pieces. Our specimen is completely unusable, and I don't think we'll find other ones like this. Something like that. Kind of like really disappointed. And like we had to restrain him and something like that. And it's cool because it goes well with the real story, which is that the guy went crazy and started sending messages to the home base saying that they were all gonna kill him, they were all crazy. So I think this could be cool. Thing is, to make the whole diary parts, I basically gotta take a paper and a quill and literally do it myself. I got an old-timey fountain pen. No, it's not a fountain pen. You literally have to dip it into it's a metal pen, but you gotta dip it into ink, and that could give me this style here. And maybe a pencil for the Jeffrey's part, since this part is already written in pencil. I think that could be the most logical way. I think it's gonna go like that. But that's not something I can do on stream, so I guess I'll see you next stream and I'll show you how it went. And maybe we'll do the whole blending it on stream. But I have to do the writing outside. It sounds like a load of work. It is. But it's gonna be fun, and hopefully it'll look good.